We are back with more FF2. Let's go. This area was previously inaccessible. The Emperor, may you fight well this day. To the victor goes Hilda, Princess of Fynn. I think there's a fake Hilda on base before. Oh, is this the Behemoth from earlier? The one that we happened to run into as a random battle near Mysidia and just, like, nuked. I assume I can toad it, which would be funny. Oh, I missed! Very nice. I like the overworld sprite for it. Pretty cool looking. I wonder if a consequence of a lot of the bosses showing up as regular enemies is that bosses aren't immune to status effects like Toad. We'll level up all this stuff. Oh hey! One time you toaded the Behemoth. Nobly fought. Now let us give you your just reward. This is your chance to slay the Emperor. Reward befitting rebels. Womp womp. Hey, it's our buddy. Build him in a cell. RPG rule. I mean, I guess the game wouldn't be playable if you got thrown into a jail cell and that was just the end of the game. But you always break out so ridiculously fast, you know? Lights out. Thanks, Paul. This is for rescuing me from the mines. I pay my debts. That's why he has a portrait. Surprised he's not a party member. Well, at least they set Paul up. Oh shit, there's trap rooms. Lots of trap rooms. Oh wow, Maria's almost as buff as Guy now, it's funny. Gross, they drain MP. Oh, don't crit drain MP. Oh no, sir. Gosh, I'm sorry. I know, right, actually? I like the one in Chrono Trigger is pretty cool. I would say the Xbox One controller is a good enough controller that I would spend $100 on it. But I don't know, it's just there was this era early in game consoles development when like every console came with multiple controllers and you could buy an extra controller for like $15. And it hasn't been that way for decades. But for some reason, like, it still feels gross to me to pay more than 20 bucks for a controller. Even though you basically always have to. Dual heads and dual devs. That's super frustrating, sir. Oh, wonderful. And you bought it from Microsoft directly. Okay, good. I'm glad you got it refunded, because it seems like a scam on their part. Selling refurbished controllers and then saying, oh, it's out of warranty. Yeah, I suppose. I think with controllers it's different for me because it's like I haven't accepted that controller technology has advanced to the point where you, like, the manufacturer needs to charge $50 for the controller at minimum. There's a Bluetooth in there, and it's not like the NES or the Super Nintendo where really, really simple interface. Microsoft was a seller, that makes sense. It's especially brutal with like the Switch Joy-Cons, where each one is like $60. I think it's because of the tech in them, but the HD rumble and the fancy gyro. Go team. I see Hilda. These guys drop a bunch of cool spells. I feel like everyone's magic defense should be pretty bad because we very rarely get targeted by enemy spellcasting. Scourge. Iron Gate blocks the doorway. I hope the new one works out for you. I have 4 Xbox One controllers, 5 after my brother-in-law sent me one as a groomsman present. And I haven't had issues with any of them ever. Take that back. I've had an Xbox One controller have the right bumper get stuck, but I was able to unscrew it and then fix it. Oh, we were just able to open that gate, no problem. Gordon, I never thought to see you here. Take the princess and go. We'll draw the guard's attention while you escape. By that I mean we'll get into a bunch of random battles with magicians. And then Gordon left. Fyrion's done a pretty good job of catching up on damage. I think the big problem is just that his old sword was cruddy. I feel like something good should happen if an enemy drains your MP. Like, it should count the same as you spending that much MP in the fight. Huh. I wonder if this is a scripted battle. Green guy in the back is the really, really difficult enemy from the start of the game with all that cheese. Try to burn him down. Oh, I can't reach him. Okay. See, a single target wholly is enough to kill him or close to it. Probably needs to do 2. Uh-oh. This is potentially extremely bad, and I haven't saved since the episode started. Please don't cast that again. Dude, 1 out of 7 in a single encounter, I know, right? Okay, we gotta kill the wizards. Turns out they're really dangerous. Nope. Oh god. It's okay if it toads 2 of them. Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think I've seen a Maiden's Kiss item. Mini is not an instant kill. I don't know if I get to cast Mini on enemies. Holy level increase. Nice. Ooh, Haste Tome. Seems like that's a lucky drop. I haven't seen that higher level mage enemy before. Increases number of attacks. It is a death condition though, like Petrify. Instead of like the later Final Fantasies where you can still attack, you just suck. It's cool to be back up against enemies that we don't just like completely annihilate. The system is somewhat elegant in that if you're stomping enemies, you're just not going to get level ups anymore, so they'll catch up to you. Guessing haste scales by increasing the number of attacks that it grants, or the number of turns it lasts, or something. Should start trying to level it up here. It's a cool animation. The animations in this game are generally pretty rad. Very nice. Just fell behind because of lack of side questing. How does he handle allotting time for games? Like, does it depend on how long to beat as well? Let's see. Let's go back to Fynn, probably. Assuming she's not just at Altair. I see. Beat's been pretty accurate. Usually there's a reason you end up going over it. I don't remember if I went over what I originally cited for crosscode. I might have. So I like the game, I want to do all the side questing. Didn't mean to tell Guy to run there. I feel like I should probably go donate to How Long to Beat and be like, hey, my stream systems are able to function because of your existence, thank you. It's Star Wars. The Empire's bad, the Rebels are good. The Empire built a Death Star, Dreadnought, that we had to destroy. At some point, the Empire kidnapped Princess Hilda and replaced her with a snake lady. Retake Castle Fynn. Gordon and Hilda have pitched camp near Fynn. Sweet. About time. Should rest here really quick. I've lost a lot of MP from those parasite enemies. We have a just frankly silly amount of gold right now, or gil. Oh no, I think I missed that 6-gun. What is it? We killed Snake Lady and we just rescued the real Hilda. So she and one of the guest party members is trying to take back that city where I was fighting the captains over and over earlier. Hey Ben, are you so little? Okay, if you want to snuggle, this isn't a bad game for it. Pretty much do it one-handed. Using sci-fi as a lens to talk about policy analysis. That sounds like that's extremely your shit, 6-gun. Sounds really cool though. One of those, like, I like all of those words. Star Trek, Star Wars, Warhammer, Cyberpunk. Is it gonna be recorded, you know? You're taking back the castle. Do you all say that? I bet you do. Sure do. We'll be on YouTube? Cool. Give me something to watch while I'm working in the morning. You're to be the heart of our attack. While we hold the bulk of the Imperial forces at bay, so we can kill the Castellan. Marion, Maria, Guy, I owe you my life. Deserve credit for destroying the dreadnoughts. Don't think I have anything else to ask her. Figure I'll check everything. Do not fear, I am the true princess. I could swear you were blushing. Snake Lady tried to hit on Therian. It's one of those scenes where it's like, wow, that would have been super censored if this had ever made it to the US. Let's give this a shot. Ben is in my lab and I'm petting him, so it's gonna be a challenge to... Oh hey, the castle's open now. About the town. So there's a bunch of enemies that stay alive after you fight them. Let's see. Rebel Curs. I do like this feeling of having come so far. Like if you were to not grind to the point where you can beat them in the early game, coming back and just having to deal with them would be pretty neat. Oh, there were random battles in town, right on. Alright, I want to go to the castle. Castle Fynn. Oh, hey. Leila. I wonder if she's still dead from before. We're at a point now where, like... Okay, she has 1 hit point. Guest characters are a liability because they take XP from the permanent party members. So I've just been letting them die, and then not picking them back up. See if I can show Ben here. Hang on. Hey, little guy. You so furry? He's all curled up. Well, the main problem is that they get targeted by the enemy. So whenever they get damaged by the enemy, that's hit points XP or agility XP or magic defense XP or evasion XP or whatever, that's not going to the poor party members. Yeah, exactly. Not a ripple of imperfection mars the surface of the mirror. Spell this mirror later. Also, because they're useless, there's no reason to have them contribute to combat. It's just an extra... It's more time you have to wait for them to complete their turn. Good choice, Ben. You picked a good day to come snuggle on my lap. Alright. Rake Tome. I don't think these... I think the pink one is the dangerous one. Cast AoE Toad. They all seem to have cool spell drops, these enemies. I'll look at the bestiary after this attempt here. I feel like we have a ways to go until we can unlock Toad level 10. We're only just now catching up to the enemies that are outside of Mysidia, I think. Bye, Ben. Very nice. Now I can use both hands on the controller again. That's potentially very bad. Confuse is much nastier in this game. Hey, everything's fine. Mithril Blow. Break, Death, and Toad. That's where you'd normally get Toad for the first time, I guess. Probably don't need Break. Seems like it's the same thing as Toad. I want to look at the bestiary for the blue wizard guy. Chief has a winged sword, Dual Deads has nothing. Death Flower is a bunch of boring consumables. Canto. Yellow Jellies don't have anything. Souls don't have anything. Here we go. What the hell? Alright, the blue mage has aura, which I don't know what that does in this game, but I haven't gotten it yet. And I don't think I have drain yet either. I can see that being decent. And the pink wizard has flare, diamond cuirass, and osmos. Osmos would be really good if we can train it up. And I assume flare is decent as well. Oh damn, the Lamia Queen could drop a ribbon? I wonder if the boss fight version of it's able to drop one. I know, right? It's kind of interesting, like... I guess I'm used to interesting drops being divided pretty equally among the available enemies, but in this game it's not at all how it works. That could be bad. I need to start saving more often. Given that there are these wizard enemies that have multiple instant death spells. This turn we should be okay. I think the accuracy on them is low enough that I should be safe, but it's not something I want to play around with. Really? So like level 1 aura is only bonus damage against one kind of creature? At max, it's level 16, is it like extra damage against everything? Ben likes to sit on the power brick, presumably because it's warm, but I'm always nervous that he's just gonna lean just the wrong way and hit the button to switch it off. Maxes every type at level 8. Actually. After that, additional levels are just more damage or something. My AoE spells are starting to fall behind, so I'm hoping they're going to start to get more XP per battle. Let's see if there's like a door up here. There is. It's just the mirror from before. I guess I'm gonna go back and talk to Hilda and see if she says something about it. Might be able to miss still. Okay. So the regular, less interesting mages already have all their spells. The blue and pink mages have full drops, though. Cool sunglasses. Missed everybody. Good job, team. I do like fighting mages or enemies that cast spells on the party because they're at least dealing damage to us. Mage's staff. Stalagmites. Rebels here? Where are my soldiers? This guy's cool looking. It's familiar looking. Can't place it though. It's a dude in Legends of Dragoon who looks like that, maybe? Recurring boss fight. Hey, I love that everything can be toted. It's very silly. Back is his wine. You've defeated the enemy commander. It's good to finally be back. Not have been possible had we not worked together. I thank you all. One thing troubles me. Minwu left for Mysidia. We've not heard from him since. What's Mysidia? It's a land of mages. Without the aid of their magic, defeating the Emperor will not be easy. The spell, sometimes referred to as the ultimate magic, lies in the Mysidian Tower. Obtaining it requires 2 masks. The white masks rest beneath this very castle. Speak an incantation to open the door that leads below. Ekmet Telois. Don't know the door's location. I'm sure it's at the mirror, right? Mysidian Tower is rumored to house the Ultimatome. Proving invaluable to the struggle against the Emperor. With His Majesty gone, no one knows the castle better than Hilda. Paul might know. Legendary rebel Toadlomancer. It's actually kind of terrifying. This person that just goes through and just transmogs you into a frog, and that's the end of your life. It's game over for you. Orotone, monster in a box. Well, that's unfortunate. Drop the tome that I just got out of that chest. I guess it means I can give it to multiple characters, but... Really? A monster in a box for a potion? It's the #1 stunner. Perfect timing in killing the rat. Very cool. She's like, yeah, there's this like magic word that lets you get into the basement, and you're like, well, where do I do that? She's like, I have no idea, dude. Did you know your own castle? I guess the thing that gives it away is that like there's an ask menu there in the first place, which is a tell to the player, but maybe not to people in the universe. No, that's not it. Whoa, well, never mind. I'm apparently a big old dummy. I was very sure of that. Oh, I already have the black mask, that's right. I got that from, the tribal island. The mirror chamber lies at the top of these steps. What is the mirror chamber? Like, duh, it's the chamber with the mirror. Like, no, I mean, like, why do you have that big, creepy magic mirror? Secret connected to the Mysidian tower lies hidden beneath the castle. I gotta go find Paul. Now I get to actually visit Fynn, which is cool. You guys took out the big boss, huh? Wow. Don't forget the part we played in taking Fynn back. What? What did you do? Paul. If you need to know about secret doors in Castle Fynn, I'm your man. So, white mask. Look in the far corner of the audience chamber to the right of the throne. That's cool. I'm not sure if those things actually require the event flag of having asked someone about it, or if you knew where you were going, if you could just go straight there. It's pretty cool either way. Super bummed that they dropped the system. It's not like it's some genius idea, but it gamifies and makes explicit event flags, which are usually hidden in JRPGs, which to me is irritating. Like, I don't mind that they exist, but when you get in that situation where it's like, oh, I had to go talk to the old man so that when I climbed on the roof I could use the tier to do the whatever, right? Like, it drives me crazy. By the flame bow after all this time. Or in this game, if you talk to an NPC and they mention a keyword, you can be like, oh, I needed to talk to this NPC to be able to progress. Got it. It was really bad. Definitely one of those situations where I was like, seriously? Are you kidding me? I'm new here now that the town is taken back, just thought I'd check. You see nothing out of the ordinary. It's a secret door. That's so cool. Monsters in the sewers. These are basically most of these are the enemies that you encounter on the way to Mysidia. The revenants and the ghasts. Not as good at timing that time. But yeah. Healing in total. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to return to that state. I don't remember this game well enough to remember what happens with the world map, but if we can get another sequence where there's a branching path of the way you're supposed to go and enemies that are way too strong for you, it might be that you only really get to do that in the first few hours if you choose to go to Mysidia early. I want to like bottle that feeling and make it into a game. Going to Mysidia before we were supposed to, through careful shenanigans. Grinding in a very particular way to barely survive battles, take out strategic enemies, cast high-level Protect with the guest character on just the right person to survive. It's really odd. Yeah, Minwu didn't have any combat ability though, so he wouldn't have gotten us over there by himself. And I've been saying it would be great to like make like a roguelike, not half-minute hero, because that's too short, but that's sort of a thing where you have a JRPG that you have like 2 hours or so to build your characters, and then go do some discrete challenge, and then once you finish the challenge, you start over and do it again. I have really good memories of that in 12, Spiky. Even though I don't remember most of that game because I beat it the week it came out, I definitely remember fighting the Espers way sooner than you were supposed to by just, like, pausing constantly and giving specific commands to everybody. I think, is it Kahulin is one of the Espers? The gross one that looks like Oogie Boogie? While the world is open, really. I like it in particular because of the way this game's mechanics are oriented. Oh, that's interesting. Well, good. It's a way I could potentially gain some HP for these characters. Here, agility is up. Already gotten lost because of the random battles. Knife obtained from the chest. All the chests down here are like Dragon Quest style. Early game garbage. That's gonna nuke that guy hard. So I wonder what the difference is between Flare and Holy in this game, given that Holy is non-elemental as well. Level 9 Holy gets a new animation. Oh, that might be it. That makes sense. No HP upgrades for Guy. Killing the game. It's pretty important for me to let these enemies get some hits in because it's the only way I'm going to get HP level ups. Although Furion seems to have really insane agility for some reason. Kill the bad, evil parasites. Actually, I think all of these enemies can fuck with our MP. We might cast Sap and grant MP if they cast it on like Tyrion, for example. Cast on Tyrion. Potentially okay too, almost. I think it's just the thing with this dungeon. In the sewer, all chests are garbage for some reason. Frickin' trap rooms, man. Kill the parasite first. I guess it is a Maiden's Kiss. So I think it's like you get toted and it counts as a death status. You can't continue to fight, but you can recover from it mid-battle. So it's like Petrify, basically. Seems like it's really hard to increase your MP above about the level where Furion and Maria are. Like, you would have to stay in battle and spam your most expensive spells on yourself over and over. Fights just don't last long enough for you to spend that much MP. It being a function of your max MP makes sense. Ish. Furion Spirit increased. One of these trap rooms had chests in it, so... Oh, interesting. It still do stuff as toads, but it still counts as a death status. Is that how zombie works? I don't know if I've ever died to the entire party being zombied. Zombie's a clever status effect. A lot of status effects are kind of just, they're just degenerate, right? You can't control your character. You can't control your character, but it's red. You can't control your character, but it's yellow. I think Final Fantasy tries to give them some kind of, even if it's minor, mild mechanical difference. Petrify is not the same as death because you still have your health total. F10, you can have control of a party of zombies. It's not game over. Yeah, having a full party of zombies is like, that's the strat for Unalesca. I think I've played 6 with a Game Genie more times than I've played it legitimately. And me playing it on stream 5 years ago may have been one of the first times that I played it without cheating. I was really dependent on Game Genies when I was a kid. Potion. Improve in later attempts by cheating in earlier ones. That's fair. I guess there's a lot of secrets in that game, huh? With the chainsaw. Not something pre-game FAQs me would ever have discovered. I think there are hints to it, but Zozo is super confusing. Actually, I'm not sure if the chainsaw is able to be deduced. Because the whole theme in Zozo is that everyone's a liar, right? So I don't know how you're supposed to know which of the things they tell you are the correct ones. Other than just like pure brute force. Yeah. Oh, is it a logic puzzle? That's cool. Ah. So not really. It's just everyone is a liar. So if someone tells you to put the hour on whatever hour, that means don't do that. That's cool. I thought it was that randomly some of them were telling the truth, which is like, that doesn't feel like that's possible. Final Fantasy VI is such a good game. The clock puzzle in Zozo. We got two bosses showing up as regular enemies. Or rather, a boss is showing up as a regular enemy but showing up twice in the fight. think I hate the trap rooms as much as I like the Ask Learn event flag system in this game. That's cool. I wasn't sure if there was like something missing from the whiskey translation. No, right? At least, if I get another guest party member that's going to show up in the final dungeon, or the secret dungeon, I'll be able to teach them a damaging spell. Ugh. Every chest in this dungeon pretty much has been garbage. So I kind of want to leave the one alone that's in the northwest corner, but... At least one, maybe two of the clock puzzle clues require you to think of where the hands would physically be in an analog clock. Yeah, I've had a diamond shield before, right? Yeah. Flame armor, god damn it! That's much worse than it just all being garbage universally. Excuse me. It's like they're trying to convince you to stop checking every chest. Betrayal thing, a consumable. Yeah. Confuse. Monster in a box. Let's see. Power staff. Staff made for striking. So upgrade for Furion. I think it's just because his sword sucks so bad. This game has all these cool weapons and they're like... So it's the opposite of how these games are usually handled. Like, swords are the most common kind of weapon. Crap in the sewers. I know, right? So we were trying to think, like, why is FF6 so good? So the ensemble cast is a big part of it, but I think part of there being an ensemble cast means that almost every like section of the game is super different based on who your party members are and what kind of tools you have. It's pretty different when you have 4 party members on the Elite River and one of them is Bannon and he's like mashing party heal every turn, right? Versus just Sabin and Shadow. I haven't decided yet. I'll probably do the 13 trilogy. By 12-2 you mean the RTS game that takes place in Evil East, right? It's not actually intended to be 12-2, is it? It's not subtitled that way? Yeah, I thought it was a spin-off, like... Halo Wars. At least I've never heard it referred to as FF12-2. I'm more likely to check out the 13 trilogy than the other ones. Probably very unlikely to check out Revenant Wings. Or a Calcum. No, is that a resource or is it a dagger in this one? So let's see. Of all the characters from 12 to focus on in the sequel, they went with the camera characters. I don't remember any of the specifics of 12, I just remember that Yvonne felt like he didn't need to be there. It was about Bosch and Ash. Balthier and Fran. Interesting way to flee command works in this game. It's like you either have the stats to flee or you don't. It's not like there's a chance. I know, right, Walter? Has there been any word of God on what happened there? Like, what was it? Like a corporate edict? Your main character can't be in his 30s? This is a JRPG? Please add a cute 18-year-old? This is incredibly mean. There's way too many trick doors. Watch every single one of them be fake. What are you? Pink hair maps to blonde hair. Right. It's kind of an interesting conundrum for game developers. Like, there definitely do seem to be games that the audience is primarily in a certain age range. Are there any Gen Z kids that are super into JRPGs? White mask. It's an exit teleport? Wonderful. Do you have both masks now? I kind of get the sense that Bosch is the main character and Balthier is like the Han Solo. Take the mask to Mysidia. Alright, let's go to Mysidia. Never been there before. It must be a pretty crazy town, guys. Persona, maybe? I guess? Yeah. Like, I could see a Gen Z person wanting to play it because Joker's in Smash or something. Undertale's arguably a JRPG in spirit. I guess JRPG to me doesn't necessarily require that the game be literally Japanese. It describes a certain kind of linear, pre-designed character. Basically, it has all the mechanics of an RPG, but it's not like a Western RPG. Backlash against... Was it Ashley from Vagrant Story? It's weird. I believe you, but... Like, Backlash in Japan? God, I can't check the map. Look at this crap. By the time you have to go to Mysidia, you don't even actually have to walk all the way there through all the difficult monsters because you have the boat. Might be an HP level up per guy, we'll see. Hi Benedict, how are you? You seem quite little. Magic defense up. Bringing HP up. Oh wow, it's a good battle. Uh-oh. Okay, good. Can get rid of curse. This is a really weird issue where, like, for no reason the map button stops working. Then it starts working again later on. Let me see if it's just a thing I can fix with a soft reset. There we go. So strange. Very cute, Ben. Clarinet soloist. I think these things can still one-shot me. Furion has ridiculous evasion for some reason. To 95%. Why though? So agility 72? Holy shit. What would cause that? Oh, that's so strange. I haven't looked at these stats so far. Why would he have 50 more agility than every other character? I don't think he gets targeted more often. Maybe one of these spells I've been casting with him. That's Snowball found Everest. It's like impossible to hit him now. So, okay, if an enemy attacks you and it misses, Is it more likely that agility will get a level up? I thought it was just if they target you, regardless of whether it hits or misses, there's a chance for it to level up. Come a long way to be here. Oh, that's cool. So you get custom dialogue if you come here early. They didn't say this stuff about breaking the seal on the tower. I guess it would make sense if dodging an attack made you more likely to get agility experience, that a character who gets a few early dodges that are lucky would, over time, develop that way. Collect the 2 masks, travel to a cave you will find somewhere on this continent. You should find a crystal rod. Already got the small island. Ages pass. Pandemonium, the palace of the Lord of Hell, emerged onto our land. Mages of old wove a spell of fearsome power and banished Pandemonium. Constructed a tower and sealed it within the tome inscribed with the spell's secrets. Give the white mask to the goddess beneath Mysidia. That's how to get rid of the doppleganger. Okay. Oh, this is cool. There's lore info about a lot of the keywords. I didn't have very many when I visited here the first time. If you targeted your own character and then canceled, it still counted. Ha! Assume if anyone speedruns the NES version of the game. Island of Dias was the central home of the Wyverns. A knight named Han visited the island. Cultivated a bond with the Wyverns. Became the first Dragoon. Oh, this is so cool! The library has dialogue on every key item. Key was the goddess's bell. Time before the world knew castles or kingdoms, a star fell to the land now known as Kashwan. Oh, it's like a meteorite? Should these technical arts proliferate, they could one day drive magic from the world. The beryl is a strong, easily processed metal, responsive to magic. I think Gen Z is born after 2001. Fire Emblem exists. White mask. The touchstone is, did you grow up before the transition to digital? Did you grow up before the internet and then experience society transition into the internet? Or was the internet already a thing when you were born? It's Millennial versus Gen Z. I mean, it's all arbitrary, but that's kind of the way I've heard it described. internet. It's not a big truck. It's not something you can just dump something on. It's a series of tubes. Right, yeah, it's like, there's some talk about, like, Xennials, like, late Gen X, early Millennial. I think the point is just, like, what are cultural touchstone events that were in your life when you were a teenager or a very young adult? What was the state of technology throughout your life? I'm gonna call Gen AA COVID babies or something. I might just keep Gen Z or Zoomer. They did relabel Gen Y to Millennial. I remember my parents calling me and my sister Gen Y when we were kids. The next generation. New to Nintendo style. The new generation. Furion's agility it's like comical. What the hell? I wonder if they're weak against Holy, given that it's non-elemental. Much weaker against fire. Furion's spirit increased. Get a concert band to play this song, like your first year clarinet player is going to get to shine like they've never shined before. Okay, there being a random Behemoth battle up here makes a little bit more sense now. The Animantos starts showing up as a regular enemy not too long after you first encounter it as a boss. I guess we'll see, but I would expect Generation AA or whatever the fuck. 2020 through 2040 kids will be people that have been impacted by the change to society that resulted from the pandemic. Probably a lot more expectation of remote work, homework. Interesting to see what the lasting impacts of COVID are. Reduce traffic. Genat. Circling into special characters. Gen Tilda. Gen Pound Sign. Couldn't ask for better world building. Yeah, X was just a... We don't know what to call the post-boomers, so we're just gonna say they're Gen X because they're the forgotten generation. And they continued that laziness. So let's just do X plus 1, call them Gen Y, and then someone's like, actually, they should be the millennials. They came of age in the millennium. Okay. Gen X seems largely forgotten in a lot of like discourse, like, even after the fact. The war is always described as boomers versus millennials, and it's like, my parents are basically Gen X. But Andrea's parents are boomers, which is interesting. This game introduced a lot of stuff that's like foundational for Final Fantasy, but the Malboro does not have bad breath yet. Put the black mask on my doppelganger so he can get a 10% accuracy and damage bonus against Slayer mobs. Purity of Furian's heart is stifling the defiled heart of the creature. Place the black mask on the doppelganger. This is the last time they brush their teeth. Talked about this before in other episodes and other games, but the more I think about it, the more I like the anthology as a storytelling structure. It works really well for Final Fantasy. I like that, you know, the Malboro's back in a different form or with different abilities or appearing in a different part of the game. But it's not the same Malboro from the previous game. Anyway, I wish more franchises would be willing to take an anthology approach instead of making direct sequels. I think you could have done it with something like, I keep coming back to Die Hard, but like, Die Hard would have worked just great if every Die Hard sequel was a different character, instead of it literally being John McClane again. The interesting thing isn't that it's John McClane. I mean, you could even cast Bruce Willis again if you wanted to. Just is a different character. I just think that these universes start to fall apart the more direct sequels you make to them. Strange credulity that Bruce Willis has to put up with this shit more than once, let alone 5 or 6 times. Unless if you're doing a story like John Wick or something where that's the whole point. Yeah. The more I think about it, I think there are remarkably few stories where, like, tell your first story, it has a good ending, you know, doesn't have any dangling threads. And it makes sense to just make a sequel that picks up where it left off, right? Very rarely works, I feel like. Make a sequel to something that was done and just like open it back up again. Yeah, I guess the beginning of John Wick 2, the reason for why he gets sucked back into it is kind of convoluted. But they use it for dramatic purposes. The entire first act of John Wick is him, like, re-cementing up all of his guns, and then having his whole house destroyed. So it's like, okay, there were consequences for the end of the previous movie. At least we're not just pretending like the previous movie didn't happen. Yeah, I struggle with that as a dungeon master. I tend to want to figure out all like the rules of the setting and the cosmology and shit before I read an adventure. Okay, it's back where the doppleganger was. Right. You can plan a trilogy. You can say, I'm explicitly writing a story that's meant to be told in parts. Or even something like the original Star Wars, right? Not that it's particularly genius, but at the end of the story, obviously there's still things to be resolved. The Empire is presumed to still be a thing. That's crazy, Yuck. Every now and then you get content that expands on a finished story that's actually good. That's what, Better Call Saul is to me. I think Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. It's, like, shockingly good. They may have, yeah. There's definitely what was going on in the previous dungeon. Lame. What? Casting Toad on a soul causes it to heal? Scourge is basically bio. It's a bummer though, because like the one major modern example of a successful anthology I can think of is American Horror Story, and I hate it. It's the worst thing. Twilight Zone. Well, Twilight Zone was less of an anthology and more of just like a themed vignette show. You wouldn't do a whole self-contained season of one story. Oh yeah, True Detective. I haven't seen it, but I'm aware that each season is different. Doesn't Fargo do that as well? Black Mirror's vignettes, like Twilight Zone. Let's see. I really liked Fargo. Like, I really like the movie, and then the show is also very good. Oh, is True Detective Season 1 that good? How do I get to that chest? Somewhere where I can drop down onto it? God, can I flee from this? Thank goodness. I might just start fleeing to conserve MP. Don't worry about the zombies. There are very few movie series that are anthologies. I feel like The Wire is a pretty good balance. It's not an anthology because it features the same characters from season to season, but it has a pretty significant change in focus. Like, season 2 is all about dock unions, and then the fallout of the events of season 1. Yeah, I would agree, Leon. Absolutely. That's kind of what I mean about... I come back to Die Hard just because it's a good example of a franchise has been around too long, and it's just ridiculous that this character is agreed to have experienced everything in the previous movies, right? Something like Sherlock would be the way to do it. Or, okay, fine, you can have John McClane, but we don't need to say that Hans Gruber is canon. Doesn't matter. I just like when you keep the mechanics of your universe similar, you keep your structure similar, but it's not necessary that, like, the events of the previous season or the previous movie flow exactly chronologically into the next one. I think that's part of the reason I am salty about Moffat's Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock. That it wasn't about these little episodic stories, it was about the overarching crazy plot, Moriarty and blah blah blah. Like, I don't like that. I just want a standalone Sherlock adventure. Ash Ketchum must be 10 years old for 25 years. Can you cast Swap 4 on Furion and not miss? Or that. Oh yeah, it works great in video games. It's interesting to me that video games, I mean, not all of them, but kind of globbed onto that. Basically, continuity is trash. You can tell a story with one arc and have one hero's journey. It's really hard to take that same character that's already, like, done and do it again. Obviously, some people have pulled it off, but I think the number of times it's pulled off well is much lower than the number of times it's pulled off poorly. There's a really interesting Dan Olsen video about the movie Annihilation, which is a great movie. You should totally see it. But he kind of expresses frustration with a segment of the internet that's very concerned with the, like, literal events that took place in a story as opposed to, like, what the story's meaning is or what it's about. So it's, you know, the kind of people that were frustrated by the ending of Annihilation, which I won't spoil, you should see it, it's good. Also frustrated by the ending of The Sopranos, or like the ending of Inception, where it's like there's a reason it ends that way, and it literally doesn't matter, you know, what the next thing that happens is. The fact that you don't know is the point in both of those cases. I think it's that obsession with, like, what's canon, what's the next thing that happens in the story, like, but what does Tony Soprano do next? Like, it doesn't matter, the story's over, that's it. You can never get out, you get it? Anyway, in summary, I think my answer to what happens next is who cares? I wonder what happened to Yuna at the end of Final Fantasy X. Literally, who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. You mean like for an anthology? I don't know, I think it can be useful to... In the Die Hard example, if Die Hard is, I'm gonna go watch a movie about a professional who accidentally finds himself in a really dangerous situation and has to improvise to save the day. You could have, like, common themes and common stories that you could fall under the umbrella of Die Hard without it literally being John McClane on his 5th mission, right? Arguably, Quentin Tarantino has already done this, even though his movies aren't called, like, the Tarantino-verse. Maybe a feature... You're always looking out for the shot of somebody's feet and the trunk shot, right? And I guess that raises the question, what's the difference between an anthology and just a creator's trademark style? I don't know, because I would argue that Quentin Tarantino's movies are more like an anthology than like Christopher Nolan's movies. Bordering between genre and brand, that's a good way to put it. Anyway, that's my stream of consciousness. I don't know if I'm on to anything interesting there. It's just been on my mind lately. What is with people's preoccupation with, like, the literal retelling of the events of the story as opposed to, like, what the story meant? See a serious take on what happens to Spira after 10. There's like a radio drama or something. Yeah, well, I guess to that end, Walter, maybe that helps me to elucidate what I'm getting at. Like, I wouldn't mind finding out what happens to Spira, or the setting, but I really don't care what happens to Yuna, or Lulu, or Waka, right? Because their stories are done. So I think that's part of my frustration whenever they make another Star Wars thing, and it's like, oh god, it's taking place during or immediately after the original trilogy again. Just show me another story that takes place in the Star Wars universe. Like, there can still be like stormtroopers and the remnants of the Empire, and I guess that's what The Mandalorian is, and that's why I like The Mandalorian a lot, because there's virtually no content from the original trilogy that matters. That's really cool, Walter. It's kind of how I do my D&D games, where because you pass on your character levels and all of your like XP and progression through an object, once an adventure is done, you finish the dungeon, you beat the bad guy, like the players all make some important world-impacting decision, and then the next adventure takes place 200 years later, and they have different characters that are using the same powers and abilities and stuff. And like their decisions from 200 years ago shape the world at that point. Oh, that's really cool. The Discworld does it too, it sounds like. Yeah, I hear you, Aki. Like, it's not that I'm frustrated that we kept telling Yuna's story and that the direction we went with it was stupid, although it is pretty silly. It's just that, like, we told her story, it's over. Like, what is there new to say about Yuna? I would be a really awful English teacher. I would be the one that would really be focusing on like what the point of the book is as opposed to what happened in the story. Just gonna avoid that. The curtains are blue because it represents the sad no, so stop. There's a pretty classic Breaking Bad image that's parodying that, because the subreddit would go over the top with like praising Vince Gilligan. It's like this picture of Walt and Skylar sitting in a restaurant, and like every single thing in the restaurant is labeled. Like the mustard is equidistant between them on the table to represent their distance from each other. The placemats are blue, representing meth and the meth trade. Like, stop it. Oh no! Go away. I must have hit the Xbox button by mistake. Yeah, that'd be the shit. I would absolutely love to, like, check out Bivelle. That would be completely rad, I think. Does that one kid ever grow up to be a blitzball? It's good. have to start burning some ethers here. Shit's getting bad. I know that, like, there's kind of a mild cultural backlash against prequels and interquels. But I feel like prequels... Whenever you do a prequel, you're contending with the fact that the audience already knows the outcome, like, the events. So you have to focus your story on something other than the events of what happened. You know, like, even if it's not a prequel, even if it's just, like, historical drama, like, Chernobyl or Titanic, like, you go into Chernobyl and Titanic and you know what happens, so you have to make the story about something else, and I think I really like those kinds of stories. Because it's not about this happens and then this happens and then this happens and then this happens, right? Accelerated reader tests schools use made a generation of media consumption highly focus on content over themes. That's probably... it's a good point, yeah. Yeah, I guess our culture's not particularly metaphor or themes literate. And I don't think it's like a anyone's personal failing. I just don't think that we've done a good job of preparing people to interpret media that way, if that makes sense. It's not like, you know, everybody's dumb. Although also that, but... Bell of Silence, Phoenix Town, Gold Needle. Isn't there like a new Yu Yevon or Yu Yevonites too? What happened in Final Fantasy X too? Western civilization was more illusion, metaphor focused. So everyone read the same 4 books in Latin and Greek for classical education. Yeah. I mean, it's still there. I think that generally people who are writers tend to be nerds about that kind of thing and tend to want to include that sort of thing in their stories. I don't think it's a fault of creators, although sometimes it is. Like that's the infamous Benioff and Weiss quote from Game of Thrones, right? Where they're like, themes are for 8th grade book reports. Where they're just trying to create the next water cooler conversation and not really understanding what made the adaptation good before that point. I feel like my point though is that like D&D are an unusual exception among creators and writers. I think that might be part of why I find, like, Tetsuya Nomura so frustrating. Is that he's very much concerned with, like, the content, the events. What's the scene that happens? Not, like, why is it happening? And the same thing with the FF7 remake, like, okay, so we're changing the things that literally happened in 7, but who cares? Like, why, though? I guess not every story has to end that way, but or be themes focused. Man, fast potion usage in the inventory. I like that. I see what you mean, Leon. Sure. Yeah, wouldn't it be cool if thing happens? It's like, it's about what happens as opposed to why it happens, right? But just to summarize my hour-long rant. Where's the potion use stat? I know, right? Chemistry? Liver cirrhosis. Trying to think of how did I get from complaining about continuity and complaining about lack of anthologies to themes. I think it's because continuity implies an obsession with the actual content and the what versus the why. What happened next? It's like the wrong question to ask, I think. The top, Leonardo DiCaprio walks away from the top spinning at the end of Inception because the point is that he no longer cares whether what he's in is a dream or not. He's just going to appreciate the reality that he exists in. If you walked out of it and you're like, what? But what happened next? It's like, you missed it. Not that Inception is the best movie ever. I wish that Chris Nolan would make TV shows, like 10-hour miniseries, instead of fitting a 10-hour miniseries into 2.5-hour movies, and like editing out every breath in between dialogue to make sure it can all fit. And his brother does that, and it's called Westworld, and it's great. Like, well, I never did finish season 2 of Westworld. I assume it's still good. The first season was really solid. You wonder if sometimes the networks will sell something based on the what. Like, Game of Thrones is titties and dark fantasy, right? I've been hearing people complain about this, that the new Amazon Lord of the Rings TV show is going to be adults only and have nudity and sex and stuff, even though that's not really, like, in line with the tone of Tolkien's books. Crystal Rod. I need to see Person of Interest. I've heard good things about it. Hey, there's an Osmos Tome. Hopefully it will take a while to level it up. Turn on Maria since she has the most MP. Let's get the hell out of here, guys. This place sucks. You know, it's like seasons 1 through 4 of Game of Thrones are good because it's an adaptation of books that are good, that are very heavily laden with themes. And like people start watching it, some people are watching it because it's good, and some people are watching it because there's titties and dragons, right? And I think it's easy to lose sight of who you're making your story for. See, that's Leon. You're getting on something I was about to bring up. That I think a lot of these shows and stories and movies kind of have to be Trojan horses now. Like how Orange is the New Black. Like the main character is a Trojan horse to tell the actual stories about the primarily minority supporting cast. Like they're the actual characters that matter. Piper doesn't matter, but it's based on a book by Piper. So that's the initial sell. It's like, oh, let's see what happens with this privileged white lady when she goes to prison. Oh god. What? Fix it. I wonder how much media we have like that had to be Trojan horsed in there, you know. I would argue that God of War 2018 is kind of in that territory. It's easy to sell it to somebody as, you know, meathead, fucking badass, go around and annihilate these Norse zombies, but it's a pretty good story about father-son relationship and toxic masculinity and all that. It's our buddy the Behemoth. That actually makes me really interested now. So I haven't played Last of Us 2. It's on the voting spreadsheet. I don't know anything about the plot. I'm aware of controversy. And my understanding just through cultural osmosis is that it's like kind of experience you don't want to have again. Like Requiem for a Dream is a good movie, but you don't want to watch it twice. And I wonder if I'll have to revisit this when we play it on stream, but I wonder, speculating about its plot, if it's that people were going into it thinking that they were going to get crazy stealth zombie game, and no, shit, they got art. Oops, surprise. Sorry. If two toaded behemoths have kids, can those kids get turned back into behemoths? Yeah, you think, can all these toads find each other and reproduce? That's a good question. Can a toaded captain reproduce with a toaded behemoth? When you get toaded, do you, like, maintain any semblance of your former identity? Is it like homeopathy where there's toad memory? I feel like Furian's gonna replace the Ultimate Tome with the Toad Tome. Be a pretty good villain final objective is just turn everything on the planet into frogs. Is that a JoJo reference? No, that's snails, isn't it? Alright, in 527,000 gil. Explore the mechanics of the post-Furian Toadmancer apocalypse. Pass through this town on the way to the tower. Break the seal on the Mysidian tower. Been somewhere else on this map that has a tower in it. Coliseum. I think there's a tower next to the Coliseum, but it's going to be really difficult for me to just walk around the map and find it because I'm going to get into a million random battles, so I'm going to look up Mysidian Tower. On an island, it looks like. Oh, I think it's okay. Yeah, it's in that little crescent island. Sakaguchi has a thing for crescent islands. Subsidized spell tome with expensive ethers. Kind of shocking that the spell levels go up to, was it 16? I think I just have to get to way stronger enemies because I haven't seen them level up past 8. Except for Toad, which I think I got up to 9. Hey, this guy was a boss before. Whoa. Oh, that's a cool animation. Nice. Like how they had the sprite be bigger at the bottom of the screen and smaller in the back, like it was further away. Leila's missing. Oh right, she was in our party this whole time. Leviathan, 1F. The whole getting sucked up by Leviathan or some kind of sea monster. That also happens in 4 and 5. It's fun seeing the like recurring ideas that a creator has. Andrew and I are watching back through the first 10 seasons of The Simpsons, and they're just certain jokes, certain situations that I think Matt Groening finds funny that are in both The Simpsons and Futurama. Twisted headband that focuses on the mind. Goldfish. I think I would remember this. I can't believe I don't remember anything about this game other than the rotating characters. I feel like the only reason I remember the rotating characters is I must have been frustrated at having a fourth party member whose levels and stats and gear didn't matter. So I remembered the mechanics of the game. These enemies might finally be high enough that I might start getting spell level ups again. I guess we'll see. Hey Marty. I'm gonna show you guys Marty. Him and his brother are looking very angry. Staring me down. Bending. Just gargoyling, waiting to be fed. Hey, Maria's whole level increased. Oh yeah, they're getting all kinds of stat upgrades now. Wonderful. Oh, 8. Power vest. Enhances strength. I assume most of the equipment in this game has like a hidden effect that only shows up on the status screen, not the equipment screen. I know, right? Which is good. Keep them at level 1, where they belong. Keep all my saves in the Leviathan here. Ultimatome. Where'd you hear about that? I've been to Mysidia, town full of mages. Dragoons. I am a Dragoon. The Dragoons and the Wyverns have all been destroyed? That's absurd. Okay, that's fair. Whoa, there's a little town in here. Leviathan swallowed us all. Leviathan, the original Esper. Whatever that Japanese word that means summon monster, they don't change it between games. Power armlets. Inside Leviathan's stomach. Oh, I may review these really quick. Yeah, I thought it was going to be dependent, because that's fellowship among the Dragoons of Deist. You're after the Ultimatome too. The boat up ahead, and there's also one tough monster standing in our way. There's Ricard in the bonus dungeon. Right when Leviathan opens its mouth, there's a second where we could escape. There's too many monsters. Genju, that's right. And they're called that in every single Final Fantasy. It's only in the localization that they change the name from game to game. He is? Okay, thank you. I will actually try to look them up then. Should have picked up some Cure and Life Tomes, but whatever. Starts at 5 MP. Oof. Swallows up an animal as a crystal rod. I've got a crystal rod right here. Where did he get one? None of this would have ever happened if it wasn't for that old man and this stupid crystal rod. Gaia Blade. Finally a good sword upgrade. Yes. In fact it is. Oh, hey! That, I used that sprite for my main villain in a D&D game like 6 or 7 years ago. Recolored the purple to like black and gray. Calcum is in fact a dagger in this one. It's fair. Big scary worm. I wonder how Drain works in this game, like... It always does damage like Holy seems to do, and just has the added effect of healing you. Or if it can miss. I assume it works on everything except undead. An MP and a drain level up for Ricard, please. I'll take intelligence and MP. Drain and intelligence up. Ooh, no MP upgrade. It's a Roundworm. Nice. Hopefully that's an HP upgrade for Guy. Well. Yeah, I like that about this game. Nice, character got hit really hard. I like when games make you excited for unusual things. Oh, hey, lovely. Wine?
Yes. I saw a bottle that had this really cool sorcerer guy on it, and I was like, oh, it's a cab. I like cabs. Why don't I just buy?
You bought it for, just because you liked the art on the front? That's cool.
It's prophecy.
I endorse that. For a very long time, I switched my deodorant to Old Spice just because I like the ads.
I mean, I guess I could wear Old Spice.
I'm never going to get anyone into my favorite webcam comic, Achewood, but one of my favorite comics from it is one where this rich character, it's like, his friend is auditing him. He's like, why didn't you write a check for $10,000 to Oreos? He's like, I like their product. I wanted them to have some walking around money. Oh, hey, curse landed. Nice.
I like it. And we're using my Kroger. See? A Kroger glass. There we go.
Why do you have a Kroger glass?
Are you just prompting me? Don't you remember? When the fancy Kroger got put in Ohio State near my first apartment with Jen? So kind of it was right on the edge of the hood. You know how Columbus was like the university, and then north of the university was really nice, but south of the university on your way to Short North was kind of sketchy. Like
broken down?
Yeah, broken down, but yeah. Anyway, there was a Kroger there, remember? And it used to be a really shitty Kroger, because it was at the shitty part of town. But then they gentrified it, and they made it into a better Kroger.
Okay. And they had
like
tastings.
Free wine, yeah. It was part of their opening celebration. Is to have like free wine tasting, and you get a wine glass with it. So now this is the only wine glass we have in our house, which I washed, by the way.
Apparently,
it's kind of up where the mouse might have been. So I washed it.
I'm glad you watched it. That's wise.
Speaking of which, have you heard the mouse lately?
No, not after I went outside and...
Maybe the bear got it.
No, there were multiple mice. I boarded up the way it was getting in.
No. The bear got it. The bear is our friend.
There was a floorboard that had decayed, and there was a little hole in the corner and a bunch of droppings and mouse hair and stuff, so I blocked it off with some rocks and sealed the floorboard back on, and Ricard grabs the ultimate book and runs off with it. You just expect Dragoons to betray us, right?
Wait, what's wrong with Dragoons? Are they bad in this game?
No, it's just in Final Fantasy IV, your Dragoon party member is constantly brainwashed by the bad guy and stealing your shit. Because there was probably a mouse that was leaving droppings in the cabinet where she got the...
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about flavor residue. I'm not about mouse poop residue.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it had any in there, but...
Not the plague. Ricard hits really hard. Just start with a really high spear stat or something. Pop outside and use a cottage so he gets his MP back. Hold on. Cool,
I have a good story. Wait, who's Kane? With a K.
So you asked, why are Dragoons bad? And I said, in Final Fantasy IV, the Dragoon character Kane keeps
getting brainwashed and steals your shit. Okay, his name is Kane. But this is 2.
This is 2. Final Fantasy IV was called Final Fantasy II in the US.
I now understand Tommy's comments. Steals your shit, aka your girlfriend. So we had a big experiment happen in Las Vegas that I wasn't there for because of COVID. But I got the data yesterday, and I started looking at the data, and so my job is to, like, process the data. Like, it comes raw out of the oscilloscope, and I turn it into something that a theorist could use to do shit with it. And so the theorist who I'm gonna get this data package to in a couple of weeks called me, and she had some questions about analysis and how to deal with the data and why it is the way it is. And I was able to answer every single fucking one of her questions.
Hey,
you know why?
nice.
Because you know what I'm doing. Mostly. I fucking know what I'm doing.
So the context is that you were worried that you didn't know what you were doing?
Yeah, I was worried she was going to ask me like a question and I didn't know the. I mean, I would have said, I don't know. Let me double check on
You
that.
have like anxiety from working remotely on it and it being your first time?
It's my first time doing it.
Okay.
Like, I've never worked on a subcrit before.
Or just letting
Oh, yeah,
folks
yeah.
know
So, right.
why.
Yeah, this is a new kind of experiment for me. I mean, I've had some experience with it in the last year, but I'm still learning. I'm not doing it full time, so.
That's very good. Good job.
Thank you.
So you're on a new thing and you did it, you knew what you were talking about. It's
Yes,
kind of
it means
important
I have.
moment.
Yeah, it's funny. One of the things that she asked was when I give her the data, I put it _early or _late, and she's like, what does that mean? And so, I'm gonna tell you. There's a thing called an oscilloscope, and there are really, really, really expensive ones that have a deep buffer, and that's the one that we use because we like to spend our taxpayer money on the best. No, I'm just kidding. We use it because we have to. Anyway, so these oscilloscopes, the whole point is that they're very expensive. And what they do is they can trace out like an electrical trace. So you have the laser's hitting the surface, it's bouncing back off the surface, and then that laser signal gets read by the oscilloscope, and that laser signal combined with another laser signal tells you what the distance between the probe and the surface that you are bouncing off of is, because one of them is a reference length that is always fixed and known. The other one, as the surface moves around, that signal path changes, and so relative to the reference leg, the signal path is changing, and then that makes the signal, we cross the streams and they interfere, and that gives us our distance. There we go.
Well, it would help to know your distance between what? You're blowing stuff up.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
And
so,
you're using a laser
you have a little
to
plate, you have a little explosive,
look
blow
at
it up,
the
and you
debris
watch.
and watch how it flies.
Exactly. Like,
You expect it to do certain
figure out
things. You have some
when did it
predictions.
go off, and like, did it do anything weird? Yes, I did cross the streams, I'm sorry. It ended up being okay. But anyway, so you get this one, it's called a trace, just like a little line in the oscilloscope data that tells you what the distance is.
And come back.
And the early and the late is because these oscilloscopes signals are so short. Like microseconds? I don't even know if they're that long. But they're really, really short. So we've configured, and by we, I mean not me, other people far before me who are way more clever than I am, we're like, you know what we could do? We could split into two different, channel paths, so two different points on the surface, and we could have point A come back and go right into the oscilloscope, and then we could have point B come back, run around through some fiber for a little bit, and then go to the oscilloscope. And so that you get, point B's trace occurs right after point A's trace. So that, you have to get the timing configuration right.
Why do you want it to be delayed?
You want it to be delayed so you get two instead of just one. You want two traces per scope because those scopes are expensive. I mean, I'm just gonna pull a number out of my ass, like $25,000 a channel, so if we can cut we can cut that in half, that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we get more for our buck. More bang for our buck. So, yeah. But yeah, she's like, why are you early and late? I'm like, because we don't want to buy 2 extra scopes for no reason.
So the bonus party is shaping up to be Joseph, Minwoo, Ricard, and somebody else that hasn't been in my party yet, right?
It was also funny because, so the experiment is classified, and so all the details about it are classified. And so I'm talking to her on the phone to tell her about it, and we're looking at classified data, and so we have to code everything. We're like, so then when...
Do you see the second thing?
Yeah, exactly, right. So it's like, so, you see this, and then the magic happens. Not saying what magic is, not saying when it happened, not saying why it's interesting, just saying the magic. We both know what that means.
It'd be interesting to have coded conversation like that.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. What's your opinion on wine? You don't like it? But you want to try some? This is pretty good. I'm enjoying it, but I am not another reason I got this is normally I was like, oh, you think wine. And normally I used to get, barefoot.
No, please, Connie, she's a professional. She would lose her job.
Oh, yes, I told you magic happens. Oh my god, take me away. Take me away.
No, wine tastes like wine.
And,
I haven't had it often enough to be able to tell the difference between
I can send
wines.
you papers about how BLR works if you're really interested. But anyway, yeah, so I was like, oh, sometimes I get barefoot back in college, or if I was feeling fancy, I'd get the kangaroo one, whose name I forget. But
are these wine brands?
These are wines that cost, like...
I would go
they cost, like,
barefoot.
$6 a bottle. Canadian iced wine. I like Canada. I like ice. I like wine.
Do you not like British Columbia?
Oh, I guess British Columbia is okay. I don't really know much about it. It's the one on the Pacific coast, right? With, is it Vancouver? Or is that? I feel like that's in the United States. Vancouver in the United States?
No.
Is it in British Columbia?
No.
It's Vancouver.
It's not in the United States. It's where they film all the movies and say that's New York. There's a really good Every Criminal Painting.
I feel like this is the kind of thing that if we were at Thanksgiving dinner with my family, I would get so much shit. Because people are like, oh my god, you have a PhD, how do you not know where Vancouver is? I'm like, I have a PhD in Vancouver. Ooh, ice wine is like more...
Oh, I thought you just meant like iced wine.
Is it sweeter or bitter? Just different. Vancouver is in British Columbia.
I didn't say what. I said it's not in
And
America.
there's a Vancouver in Washington, and that's why I was confused. Oh, it's really sweet? Okay, I don't know, sweet. For a long time, wine used to give me migraines, and so I kind of associate, like, sweet wine.
So you're saying Andrea was double right? She managed to both say that it was in British Columbia and in America?
You know, that's...
and,
If you get a PhD, you don't know this shit. I'm just kidding.
She was right both times?
Yeah, I try, ice wine. Is it more like, what's it called? Cognac? You know, like one of those after-dinner drinks you have that's really thick and syrupy and really sweet and you only get a little bit of it? Like limoncello?
Freezes the water, but not the alcohol.
Oh, and then it's wine concentrate?
Oh, like grape juice kind
Yeah, is it like grape juice concentrate? It's like wine concentrate. That's what I've decided it is. Don't tell me I'm wrong.
I can't throw stones from my glass house. I really like capsaicin and hot stuff. And people very reasonably are like, I don't know why you like that. Why would you want to hurt? And that's just how I feel about alcohol. So
But I feel
it all
like you
tastes
can
gross.
tell the difference between a white wine, like a Chardonnay or a Cab.
Probably.
Like,
yeah.
those... Even...
I know the difference between champagne and red wine, I guess.
Exactly. Okay, it's a really small bottle. Oh, really? What makes it hard? I mean, it sounds simple enough. You just freeze it and then squeeze all the water out. Oh, thank you, Leon. Yeah, I was like, it's cognac? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Skinny wine bottles are ice wine.
It's expensive. I guess it is. So you have to freeze it, then that requires refrigeration, which is a whole expensive thing. You have to separate the alcohol from the wine some way. And then you have to unfreeze it. Is it like really thick and syrupy, like cognac?
Every door, I'm just like, I know that this door is going to be a fucking trap room, but like...
Cognac. Oh,
5%?
Like a yak who steals things. He's a cognac.
It's a good mnemonic, yeah. 5% of doors have chests in them, or progress in them, so you have to check. I think it's this game's worst
good point,
idea.
6-9. Well, shit, I'll look for some ice wine next time. Well, I don't know if ice wine makes it all the way here to New Mexico, or they're like, you know, Kendall Jackson-esque brands of ice wine, or, you know, Barefoot. Barefoot. You got me. I had a lot of Barefoot in college because it was like $6 a bottle. This one I think was $12. I was like, you know what? I'm an adult now. I'm gonna look at the second shelf from the bottom. Hey, there's a cool sorcerer guy. I'll take that.
It's like the enemies have finally caught up to us. It's kind of exciting. Yay! Fantastic. That's what we want to see. Guy taking a shitload of damage. And being almost but not quite dead. I think the last one's gonna die before I pick up Ricard. Stamina ups. I need to pick up more ethers. Shit's getting rough.
Oh, that's interesting, Tommy. So yeah, so it's not just like take normal wine and freeze it, like you were saying all along, that the grapes also have to be frozen. Interesting. Yeah, I totally tried that. In little amounts, it sounds like.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I hear you, Walter. I also got some gin, so I can have gin and juice this weekend.
You ever considered just getting high on life?
Jesus Christ turned water into wine. That was basically God telling us all we should drink is wine. That's my interpretation. Jesus Christ told me to drink wine.
Get high on cooking a rock for 3 hours. That's my advice.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was afraid of, 6-gun. Okay, so yeah, see. You can always, like, deconcentrate it, right? Like, you take grape juice concentrate, and you unfreeze it, and you put, like, 1/3 of it in, and then fill the other 2/3 with water, and boom, you have grape juice. It's not concentrated anymore.
Look at that.
Yeah, exactly.
Great minds.
Jinx.
Oh man, double great minds jinx.
I know, they're
You
just...
said it as Ravanon typed it.
I know.
Fuck.
Just, yo, dog. Heard you like Jinx.
Good God.
Some Jinx with your Jinx.
Can you punch someone through the internet? Life highs of deep crashes. Yeah, right? No, don't get high on life.
Well, no, you should get high on life. Life's pretty good. Or, you know, when they're the good times, you should be like, all right, these are good times. You know what I mean?
Hey, Ricard's MP increased. So I'm running into this issue now where it feels like your party members should have exactly one
Walter, you
attack.
are preaching and singing to my choir heart right now. Like, I hate hops. Hops are the worst thing in the world. People are like, oh, well, IPAs. I'm like, no, you're wrong. Your beer's bad and you should feel bad.
It's okay. Walter and Andrea can be on
Actually,
Team Bitter as Gross.
At PAX West, not PAX Prime. Well, it was PAX Prime, but they call it PAX West or something.
They renamed it to PAX West to be more...
So anyway, at PAX West, they actually had a bar area where they had a local brewery selling beer, and you could get like 3 beers. They tallied off on your hand. Make sure you didn't get like super wasted. But the brewer they picked only did IPAs. I remember going up to the counter and they had all these, you know, weird named beers because they're, you know,
Benedict's
microbrewery, and I'm like, okay, I don't like IPAs, so what do you think I should have? And he's like, they're all IPAs. I'm like, fuck. I really want a beer. So I just dealt with it.
You're really good at getting yourself into those situations. Like, asking an open-ended question that's just like...
Oh yeah, drugs have been doing great in America. Like, didn't a bunch of states legalize marijuana? Like,
drugs won the war on
yesterday?
drugs. At least that's the meme this week.
Was it PAX Boston? I think you're right, Leon. My bad. You're right. It was East. It was PAX East. Because I was with my sister. We were staying with her.
And
yes.
Leon.
And
was
Leon,
there too.
yeah. Right, who lives in Boston, so that totally makes sense. Yes, my bad. I got it mixed up. I know I've been to one Prime West, or PAX West, and I've been to one PAX East. And that's enough PAX for me. I will experience my PAX on Twitch, and text with Dylan while he's in the audience.
You assume there's going to be a PAX again sometime in the future. Yeah, I'm really happy to hear about the psilocybin thing. Malboro Terra. Hey, I needed that ether.
Do they have any PAX in Europe? I know they have, like, PAX Australia, don't they? Do they ever PAX Japan? They totally should.
I think Australia is the one that you would go to if you were in Japan. I like cider. Basically, I like anything that goes to great lengths to conceal the taste of alcohol.
So you like fuzzy navels?
Yeah, there you go. I guess alcohol just, it tastes like poison? Because it is, right?
Ooh!
Oh, party-wide drain's pretty decent.
Now, my favorite part of PAX East was just sitting on beanbags and watching people play Jackbox and like sitting in the audience because I could never actually make it into the actual game because there were so many people all doing it at once and I wasn't fast enough on my phone. But that was fun. I just wanted to chill on the beanbags and, you know, we got to vote, make a difference as the audience. Biggie. But I was like, you know, I feel like I could do that on a Saturday without going all the way to Boston.
From the comfort of your own home.
From the comfort of my own home. Anyway, yeah, going to PAX like live is just not my. It's just not my thing. Beer's not your thing. PAX isn't my thing. Oh, I did appreciate all the merch. They had a lot of really cool merch. I got a shirt that had a Weeping Bell in the shape of a Taco Bell, and it said Weeping Bell on it.
A couple of years ago when I went to PAX West, Tycho had a nervous breakdown and had to bail out on a couple events at the end. I was... Something that they both do a really good job of like, being public figures that really are open about their mental health issues.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There's a lot of people that I know, me included, that, you know, pursued therapy and medication and that kind of a thing because of Mike and Jerry talking about it so much. I know they're not free of controversy, but they seem like good dudes.
Yeah, they're human, but I think overall they're good guys. You just need someone to tell them, like, hey guys, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. But yeah, that was the longest flight I've ever been on. 13 hours. Dallas to Sydney.
Flame sword.
Thankfully on the way there, because I sit coach, which I'm assuming the gig wouldn't. Lucky bastard. But anyway, when I was sitting coach, there was no one else in my row, so I basically just laid down across all 3 seats and slept. It was great. Or maybe he's like Dylan. If Dylan and I ever become millionaires, Dylan will never, ever pay for first class on a flight.
We will not ever be millionaires.
Well, but if we were, you still wouldn't get first. You would sit and coach just because it's not worth it to.
Yeah.
I think what was the most expensive flight? Is it like New York to Singapore or something? I feel like there's a Singapore Airlines flight where you get like your own cabin and your own like butler, and it was like $13,000 or something.
If you have flown business or something before, for whatever reason, more power to you. But my personal thought is that I will never spend money on a temporary experience like that. Like, if I have to suffer for 8 hours, it's 8 hours. I'd be willing to spend money on, like, a video game console or a nice couch or something that would improve my everyday life.
During the flight, it's much cheaper than first class.
Temporary, but... I'm kind of morally opposed to the existence of first class. I understand that it, like, makes subsidizes the flight or something, but I don't know. It feels really gross to have, like, the curtain separating so they don't have to, like, smell or see the riffraff. If the boss of this area is immune to fire, 2 party members can't do melee damage. It is a fire Gigas. How do we get the full boss theme again? I haven't heard this in a while. Last one was the Snake Queen lady.
Oh yeah, I did a cruise once. It was alright. I know that they're really bad for the environment.
The Residence? Oof, scarf.
But yeah, I remember actually on that cruise I was reading Twilight because I decided that it was such a thing that everyone was reading that I should know about it, so I read it on a cruise during spring break. So I had myself a nice trashy spring break. It was great. Also, the book is nice to read because you don't really have to pay attention. If you just kind of skim every few, paragraphs, you're like, oh, okay, Bella sucks. Got it. Moving on. Like, oh, Bella made a sandwich and it made her sad. Moving on. Oh, the residence. It's a 3-room cabin. So is it one of the showers? You have to shower over the toilet? Like, it's not actually separate? You just have to, shower head over the sink? Probably not. I can't believe they can get that on a...
That's where Miles Edgeworth is, and Miles Edgeworth won on that giant plane.
The residence. How much does it cost? Like, one way? Are we talking, like, $20,000? I know, that's a car. That's a nice car.
It's a lot of people's income for a year.
Yeah, 20 grand. Jeez.
I know, right? That's a gigantic, like, it's saving me so much on ethers. I need to find another one. I feel like we ran into a enemy earlier that supposed to drop it.
Is this the thing where it depends on what you're wearing, so only one guy can wear the osmosis thing?
Oh, you have to teach him the spell, so I only got one book. I haven't gotten other spell books yet.
Yeah, I think, let me see if I can find it. There was like I remember this, I don't know, not BuzzFeed, but something like that guy who took the Singapore expensive one and like wrote about it. He was like, you know, I just took a nap for 3 hours and that cost me, you know, $2,000.
This guy, wizard.
$2,000
Pink
nap.
robe dude. I don't know if I can fight him again. He may have only been in the temporary dungeon of Fynn. And fire sword's hitting pretty hard now. Seems like equipment is way more important than stats in this game when it comes to melee damage. Desperately want Osmos scrolls for the entire party.
Oh yeah, here, I think I found it. Wait. Yeah, this is it. It's this,
Nice scarf.
what it's like to fly the $23,000 Singapore Airlines Suite class.
Ice-encrusted gloves resistant to fire.
Enclosed private cabins with sliding
I know,
doors
right?
that cocoon you in your own little lap of luxury. You probably don't want to hear about this at all.
I'm good. No, thank you.
It's just...
Well, part of, like,
You know,
I have an issue where my disgust with luxury stuff like that is, like, it's a very personal disgust that's informed by my own lived experience, and I feel bad expressing it because there are people that, you know, they just fly first class sometimes, or...
They get bumped up. That's the only reason I've ever flown first class.
Whatever,
I
like-
have miles from flying alone.
But it's basically impossible to say. I find that really gross without, like, being offensive to people that don't have the same lived experience and the same, like, reflexive response to it, if that makes sense. So that's part of what makes me uncomfortable about it. Right. I think more power to him, but it's really easy to come across as snobbish when you're like, vacations are dumb, and have people like, oh, but I like my vacation. It's definitely happened. You know, I've had to be careful with Andrea because we're both pretty proud of the fact that we didn't have a wedding, right? We
Yeah.
didn't want to have a wedding, but you'll brag about that to a random new person. They'll be like, oh, well, our wedding was really nice.
Yeah, no,
I'll be like,
I've
Andrea, this is
definitely
not a thing.
stepped in it a couple of times. Many times.
That's what I mean about, like, Iceland's nice.
Yeah, I probably just should have volunteered that information.
It's like, it's definitely true for us in our lived experience, but I hate to be an asshole.
It's like being I don't know, a dog lover, and you go over to someone's house and they have cats. You're like, no, dogs are better.
Oh, there are still wizards in the Coliseum? Can head back there later. Are there any shops that sell it eventually? I got one from a chest. I think that's the one that Maria has. She'll have to be my healer then.
I have a colleague, Doug Fink,
Swap.
best name ever. He's a professor at Harvard, and
It's a very physicist name.
Doug Finkbiter. He's a good guy. Screwed me over once, and I yelled at him for it, and he apologized, and then invited me to give a seminar so I could visit my sister. So it's all good. But anyway, he's like
Maybe it's a
6'10".
scam.
He is a tall motherfucker, like really tall. And I think that he has a deal with Harvard or his funding agencies or someone that he will get reimbursed for business class because he literally cannot sit and coach.
He's too tall.
Because he's fucking 6'10". You Doug Big Five.
Yeah.
He's
Hey, man.
taller. Anyway. It's like, shit, man, I just need to be 9 inches taller.
If he were poor and 6'10" and had to
he'd make it
fly
work.
for some reason, he'd have to make it work. So.
Yeah, I have no idea what he would do there. I guess he could walk.
That's funny.
He has long legs.
I kind of grew up in an atmosphere of like wealth, comfort is a thing to be ashamed of. Like the thing that you are allowed to brag about is how bad you have it, right? That's just kind of, and a lot of people don't have that experience. It's more like let me dunk on you and how good I have it right now, you know. I think they both have their drawbacks. Like it's not great to be in this kind of negative. Let's compete to see who had their utilities shut off the longest, you know.
Well, you know, if it's a treat, it's a special thing. It's like, oh, I got bumped up, and I would definitely like make fun of my sister for that till the day I die. If I got to ride first class and she didn't, actually, although that kind of happened, sort of, and this is gonna make sense. Whenever we would drive for vacations, you know, with my parents in the front, me and my sister in the back, and I would eventually fall asleep. And while I was sleeping, I would slowly push my sister closer and closer to the door, to the point where she just got up and went into the middle seat in the front row with my parents, and I just got the whole back seat to myself.
Yes.
Do you know how many times? I did that many, many times. Many. Almost it's like, oh, Andrew's falling asleep, I'm just gonna move up to the front. How the hole is the middle back seat, where like the seats come together and you have like a hole. Is that why it's called that? Hello, Benedict.
Oh yeah, the vampires are undead. Oh, that's not good. Osmos still works that way. Zero that time. No. Hey, whatever happened to Osmos paying the bills? Get your shit together, spell. You hit just fine when you were hitting the undead enemies. Well, I guess it was a super cheesy way to increase her MP. Actually, that's brilliant. Because I don't think I've gotten an MP increase for any of the three main characters for like 5 hours. Turns out you just cast Osmos on a undead enemy. It'll drain all of your MP. Everything is the same, except Ricard has jump. There we go, that's more like it. Big fan. Gotta get that up to level 16. Infinite sustain. That's pretty good for pumping her intelligence too. That must be why it's doing so well. It must scale with intelligence. Okay, I'm kind of turned around. Let's try this trick again. Osmos the undead and see if it gives her MP. Yeah, I think that's the trick. Way faster than just spamming attacks.
I'm hungry.
Okay. Hey, Maria's Osmos and MP went up. I am digging this. We gotta get that for everybody.
One more for exotic bird. Bingo! One more, yes.
The Windows 10 computer with good TV interface, they're half the price of a PC of comparable power. Oh, for sure. Yeah, no. I guess my point is I already have a good gaming PC, so I don't need the console, but I completely understand the use case of an Xbox Series, whatever, like, that makes perfect sense to me. If you're not a gaming enthusiast, or like a PC building enthusiast, or you don't have the money to be one, then I think the Xbox is a great option. And good for Microsoft for providing that as an option and not making it a mandatory thing. Godspeed, Ravenon. Okay, so the first floor is lava. This is ice. Is there another door that I missed over there? It must be. Pretty good. I'm super into this Osmos Undead cheese. I kind of want to leave the dungeon and go to the Coliseum to get more copies of it for the other party members. Just keep spamming it for the levels, I guess.
Focus go.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Mayo. I kind of wish Ricard was a permanent party member. He's really cool looking. One of y'all needs to crit or something. There it goes. At least you're getting weapon XP, I guess. There we go. Nothing. Bow is almost at 9. That must be it. He starts at 9 spear. 9 sword. This must be progress. Godspeed and good luck.
Was it Sabertooth Tiger hard?
Using, what's that?
Well, I was gonna ask if these enemies were hard.
Well, these ones aren't so bad. There's an enemy that can confuse the whole... Well, okay. Yep. That's potentially really bad because they all hit like trucks, so if they attack each other while confused, I'm gonna have a bad day. Man, I can't stand touchpads. I also don't like those Lenovo nubs. There's a pretty good XKCD comic about those.
Oh, I'm all about my Chromebook touchpad. All about it.
You also like the touchpad on MacBooks.
Yep. But I agree with you on the nubs.
The mouse really doesn't feel like it ought to be the final form factor for interacting with computers, but it seems to be. They kept trying to make new things, right? Oh, it's a trackball. No, that doesn't do it. This is the first Final Fantasy I've actually wanted to use Osmos, and the first one I've wanted to use Toad. It's pretty neat. Yeah, that would be interesting, Aki. Collected from, like, Let's Plays on YouTube or something? Mouse is a ball embedded in the corner of the screen. With the buttons on the back of the monitor. What the fuck?
So you have to, like, grab it from the side?
No. God, no. Each day we stray further from God's light. I wonder what governs status resistance. Like, I got hit a lot by those cockatrices when we came back through here, and didn't get petrified this time. Guy's HP increased. Might as well go ham with her.
Poor Ricard, he only has like 800 hit points.
I know, right?
Is he just like a guest person, or you
He's
just have
a guest,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Man, this game was like, oh shit, we forgot that most Final Fantasy games have way more swords than any other kind of weapon. Let's give you a sword upgrade every 20 minutes for like 3 upgrades in a row. I'm gonna get Osmos on Ricard at least. Thank you, Scarf. I have to see what you're describing because it sounds like a nightmare.
They're like, thanks, I hate it.
Great. Osmos level up. Oh, I think I know the thing you're talking about. I wonder if they actually work, though. Hey, here's where we get some MP XP for Maria. I guess we need to make sure she has enough MP left over after casting it that she can cast it again to get her MP back. Without me having to burn an ether on her. That was the concern. Oops. Alright, well I can use 1 ether. Hopefully it's still enough for her to gain an MP level this fight. The little notches on F and J. See, I can't type home roam. I think it's ends up being a blessing, but if I was allowed to type the way I wanted to type in school, I did like 100, 120 words per minute, but if they had me do home row, it was like 20 or 30 words per minute. I just refused to learn it. I go to Mysidian Towers, the different elements. The table has no give, you're jamming your fingers into the table and can hurt yourself. I guess the tactile feedback's pretty important to me, that would kind of drive me crazy not having it.
You know what else I had at the store that I got snack on this weekend? Deviled egg macaroni salad.
Sound like things you like.
I love everything about that sentence, or phrase.
Holy crap, Aki. I used to install like Super Nintendo emulators on the computers at school, and some people were not happy about that. They weren't happy with you if you played Space Pinball.
Wait, but that's like default.
But you're playing games in school.
What else do they want you to do?
Sit and stare at the wall in silent contemplation. Or using the actuation button and keyboard isn't at full depression so you don't bottom out. Interesting.
I was gonna say, I think back to computer class in middle school, and I remember Lemmings and Oregon Trail, so...
We did have a computer lab that had Oregon Trail installed in elementary school.
You know...
Apple IIs.
All I remember is playing games.
And then later, like, Math Blaster.
Did you have the, like, let's type with Mario, or there was a Mario typing game where you were Mario and you had to type and you had to do it right, and then you would kill the Goomba. And...
I remember playing Mario is Missing, which is a history Mario game. Well, it's a history game that has licensed Mario as the main character. But it was before I understood that, like, that could even happen. So it was very confusing to me.
Yeah, I was all about Mario
This doesn't
teachers,
feel like
I think.
Mario. I think I played Dino Park Tycoon. That sounds familiar.
I think I played, like, Roller Coaster Typhoon.
Tycoon.
Whatever.
A typhoon is a storm.
Is a storm.
No. Really? I didn't know that. I knew Typhoon, but not Tycoon. Why haven't we picked up Zaibatsu? Oops.
Rita Rabbit is ringing a bell for me, kind of. It's very faint, but it's making me feel happy things. So I think I used to play that, and I think I used to like it. Oh, who played Math Blaster?
Math Blaster's good.
Math Blaster was the shit. I fucking love Math Blaster.
I think I was in school and on computer labs and stuff in the era immediately before the glut of free non-shockwave browser games. Because I imagine that schools were a lot of kids playing like that helicopter game that was like Flappy Bird before Flappy Bird. There was like some kind of like 100freegames.com. It's not what it was, but it was something like that that had a bunch of little donkey things like that. Tycoon was a term for the shogun. Oh, what did I learn? Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a typhoon is pretty close to a shotgun. Basically.
No.
No? I'm sorry, I feel like I've made a big mistake.
The words typhoon
Yep.
and tycoon
Yep.
happen to both be Japanese loanwords.
Yep.
Tycoon comes from the Japanese tycoon, which is a term for the shogun.
Oh, not a shotgun.
Yes.
Okay, I feel like I got everything else fine. It was just
You also
I thought
said typhoon as like a shotgun, not a tycoon.
It's the water's version of a shotgun. It's just like.
We're not talking about typhoons. We're talking about tycoons.
Well, but I thought they were the same thing.
No, they're both Japanese loanwords. A typhoon is a storm. A tycoon is like
a businessman.
Yeah.
Fat cat.
Yeah.
What's a shogun?
Like, not a samurai, but like the person in charge in that era. The leader.
DigiGames.com.
Businessman, clan leader, lord.
Yeah, there's a lot of misunderstanding on my part there. But now I've learned.
I think addictinggames.com is right. Andrew should play Frog Fractions.
Yeah.
I should do that.
I'm just gonna show off how bad at math I am. Do you know the last time I did math with numbers and not letters?
I don't think you're gonna have a problem with Frog Fractions.
No.
I think you're gonna be fine.
Well, now I'm gonna be embarrassed when I do have a problem.
No. There's no way for you to know what I mean when I say you're not gonna have a problem with Frog Fractions.
Is every fraction one?
Until you play the game.
One.
It's fractions are only the beginning.
Oh wait, you beat that boss really quick.
It wasn't a boss.
It had different music.
Oh, for like 10 minutes ago?
Yeah. I haven't been paying attention. I've been thinking about typhoons and math blaster.
Shotguns.
Shotguns and how
water.
Typhoon is kind of like a water shotgun.
Oh, I always thought the shogunate referred to like military
like a coup.
lords. Like I didn't realize there was the shogun. I thought there were like multiple shoguns within the shogunate. But that's like one person. I'm uninformed on Japanese history.
So I don't know if people have seen the graph of the United States system going around about kangaroos, just to alleviate your... Saw you. You're like, oh my god, what's she gonna say? There's a graph. Anyway, I saw like 3 people posted on Facebook today. But apparently in New Mexico, you can own a kangaroo with a permit. And I think it's South Carolina.
Skip the step. It's a graph of the United States that shows the legality of owning kangaroos in different states.
Yes.
Okay,
And I think South Carolina, you can just own one.
I haven't seen what you're talking about, but I assume
remembering
that's
the
what
ones
you
where
mean.
you can just own a kangaroo. I am very happy by the fact that we have that option. I mean, you have to get a permit, which would probably be a pain in the ass, but
It's
it's
kind of
possible.
cool to own a kangaroo. It's a wild animal.
Well, what if you make a little, fenced-in enclosure where you can just hop around? Or what if you had a kangaroo farm?
Okay, there were multiple shoguns over time.
They exist. People eat kangaroo.
So, what did the shogunate refer to? Just the office of the shogun? Is that the shogunate, like, presidency then? As a term comparable to the presidency.
I think I ate kangaroo. Maybe it was llama.
The crown. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. So what were the names of like the feudal leaders and like
the dukes?
petty lords, yeah. The institution of shogunate. Her cure spells end up costing so much. Daimyo.
I thought you were saying, damn, yo!
Okay, so like the crown or the presidency is a pretty good. Yeah. Exactly, Andrea.
You know, I don't know if I want a kangaroo, because I feel like it could very easily kill me, and if I were to imprison it, it would want to.
I hope that you came out of Tiger King thinking people shouldn't own wild animals.
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Including that crazy bitch that killed her husband.
Oh, dude. That's... No.
No? We're not going there? Okay.
Benedict!
She also had animals, and she claimed she was saving them.
Mistakes were made.
This is Ben's fault.
Aw, my little guy.
I need to just unplug the keyboard when I'm not using it, because he knows where it is and sits on it on purpose.
He's looking at me like...
I think if the titular Tiger King accused Carol Baskin of doing something,
See, you know that name.
he's the least, like...
I don't know. I'm just saying that
trustworthy
there are
person.
unanswered questions, and that I think a lot of people would agree with me that she's pretty suspicious.
That's a really slippery slope.
Yeah. Or maybe people just hate her because she's stupid and think she's better than him, even though she's doing exactly the same thing.
Oh, maybe I like Zach.
Is the game volume louder? He muted it. That's what I did, is I went to get it to unmuted. Yeah, you didn't need Tiger King to decide that owning... I'm explaining to Andrea. And she's saying, oh, it's so cute to own a kangaroo, and I'm like, didn't you see Tiger King? Like, don't you have... recent understanding of why this is bad? Looking up how to do so in your own laziness. Oh, and thanks for that, Doppling. Yeah, no, he stepped on the mute button, so I was grabbing the keyboard. He stepped on the mute button and then knocked the keyboard off the desk. So I was just unmuting. Good catch, though. That has happened before. That and worse from Ben. I feel like Osmos is already good enough, and I kind of don't want to over-level it now, because if it's too expensive to cast when she's low, then that defeats the purpose. Oh, fuck that room. It looks like a trap room, except there's a staircase on the opposite side. Mm-hmm. Hey, Ben.
Gargoyle.
He's very angry that he hasn't been fed yet. He's never eaten before. He's only heard the legends of food. The sacred texts. Kitty texts.
Wasn't there like a exotic animal farm in Cincinnati or something, and they let them all go, and there were just lions running around? Someone pieced together the truth from those statements. I feel like there was a farm somewhere, and animals got out, and they had to like sick the local police on some tigers. It was bad. Because they died or something, and they didn't take care of the animals. The animals just like got out. I don't know.
I think there was an escape from a zoo.
See, it's a thing that happened. Yeah, that one made me really sad because, you know, it's not the animal's fault.
This is a brutal dungeon. Especially without any, like, rooms to use a cottage in. Hey, do I have my first ever level 10 spell?
I was a private owner.
I do.
It's like we have the internet, and we have people who go out into the wild with long zoom lenses.
Andrea was right.
With long zoom lenses and take pictures and video of these animals doing cool shit. You go onto YouTube and you watch it. No need for zoos. No need for personal menageries.
I wonder if that drained her MP and then restored it? Or it just did the net total? Bye, Revenants. Ricard is the Minwu of physical damage. Unicorn horn. Sounds like a consumable trash.
You know, I believe that, Leon. That makes me very sad. Well, like, the saddest thing about Tiger King was when they just found, like, a pit with bodies in it. You know, tiger bodies, not human bodies. And, you know, you're just like, wow, he makes a living off of, like, letting people take pictures with the cubs, but what does he do with the cubs after the cubs are not cubs and they're too old? Oh, that didn't do anything. That's probably gonna get him.
Okay, against magic. I think all the little rooms in here are going to be dead ends because I've already found the way forward.
And you know it's the way forward.
There's a boss in the room.
Ah. Oh, that's usually a dead giveaway.
Trap rooms! Swear to God, if you're a trap room... Nope. Apparently not. Oh, hey! Ricard is apparently good enough to be able to run away. Every enemy in that group of 6 could confuse us.
Oh, and there were 6 of them.
feel like I prefer this game's version of Confuse to most Final Fantasies. Like, when you're confused in this game, you always attack an ally, period. There's not a chance that you might attack correctly. And it doesn't wear off when you get hit, but it seems to wear off within 1 to 2 turns maximum. I feel like the chance for a confused character to attack correctly is worse. Let's see. It's too bad elemental weapons don't penetrate their physical defense. Use an elixir on a full health ally. Oh. Use an elixir on the boss. Did I have that happen to me in, like, Persona? I feel like I was playing a Persona game where a character got charmed, and then they cast the full heal on the boss, the final boss. It's like, no, can this not happen, please? Oh, someone informed me that it could happen. Okay, thank God.
Another boss?
Yep. It's kind of the deal with this tower. This tower would be a pain in the ass on the NES version of the game where you can't save at will. Probably if they teleport out a lot. Oh, that's a cool spell animation. Nice. That's why we put points in that. Now they can hit him. Or her.
Because they're cursed?
The curse is just a binary effect. They're either cursed or they're not, right? Like higher levels just makes it more likely to land. Accuracy only. Alright, guy's curse level increased. Oof. Come on, drain most of, but not all of Maria's MP. I want to get her some MP XP here. Mix ship. Shit. Well, she'll get MP XP probably. No, her magic went up, but not her MP. Worst case scenario. Probably afford to buy some elixirs. Ethers are just brutal in this game. Barely recover any MP, they're expensive. Doesn't seem to be like a high ether. Of course. Let Maria cast Osmos, please. Damn it. Why is she the slowest? You just resist Osmos, I guess. Osmos level up. Eight zombies is too many zombies.
Well, I mean, you're pretty much plowing through them pretty effectively.
I have so much gil. I think I'm about to max out. Assume it stops at 99.99. This enemy is pretty dangerous. Don't kill it. Fucking god. Maria, get your shit together. Flare tome, nice. I like those little bubbles that have all the status effects in it. It's cool looking. They both crit.
I know how that feels.
God damn it, game.
Remember that time Aron fucked me?
Yeah.
By critting against Unileska?
Triggering the phase transition before you were ready.
Right, I was like, oh, I'll just get one more hit in, and then I'll, like, put Una in, because she was wearing the, you know, anti-death ring or whatever. And then Aron has to go and crit, and she casts death on everyone, and they all died. I had to watch that long-ass annoying animation where they're like, oh, hi, you can't tell us what to do! Again, because you couldn't skip it. I'll never forgive him for that. I want those 2 minutes of my life back.
It was really painful for you. There we go. That's more like it. I hope no one has two butts. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Yeah, what was the context there like?
There it is, Aki Fall. Yeah, I didn't really remember it, because I only saw it twice, thank God.
Keeps doing the crazy camera angle changes on her friend, and she's like swiping the sword.
It was basically like, you know, this is the way it's always been done, well now we're gonna do it my way!
Now it's the time to choose. I feel like Orin was really hoping that the party would... He was like, I'm not gonna tell you guys that Unileska is a crazy bitch. Hoping you guys just kind of come to that conclusion on your own based on the inputs I provide you. Orin's the best Final Fantasy character.
Tim.
Yeah, he's cool.
I was about to say he's not as, what's his name? He's not as good as Rex.
Rex? It's a Mass Effect character.
I don't care. He's still not as good as Rex.
I really like that they have the flashbacks with Orin where he's like impulsive. I think Orin's the first. Let me think about this. This might not be true because I haven't thought about it before. He's the only Gandalf character. You know how, like, in The Hobbit, like, as long as Gandalf is with everyone, it's fine. You're not afraid. But once Gandalf has to leave to go fight the Necromancer, the Mirkwood chapter is super scary. Like, a lot of fantasy does that. Like, I forget her name, but the Aes Sedai lady in the first half of the first Wheel of Time book. Whoa! White Dragon. Okay, this is cool.
I don't know who Drac is. Is Drac another Krogan?
Is he from Dragon Age, maybe?
He's not better than Rex. No one's better than Rex. Me and Rex are involved. Sometimes we let Dylan watch.
Quoting 10 Things I Hate About You.
Yeah, we're involved. Andromeda. Is that a good game? Have you played Andromeda?
It's widely regarded to not be a good game.
Oh.
Mass Effect 4. Sets off a fusion reaction. Level 1 flare. Oh, what is level 10 cure
You
animation?
are not doing well. There we go. Still not doing well.
I think this guy is weak against magic, and I only have MP on one character. I can't cast Curse anymore.
I don't know, I didn't hit as hard as the rest of them. Well, whatever, he's dead now.
Yay! All the stats went up. What the hell was in that box? It looked like it was something good. Black robe. I think these all have stats beyond what can be displayed on the screen. Enhances agility. Alright, that's time. Future Marstead, you are climbing this tower. Climbing, you want to go up, not down, so look for staircases leading up to progress. Keep using Osmos to keep Maria topped off. You're kind of running low on ethers, so conserve as much as you can. Try to use Maria for all of your healing needs as necessary. But keep climbing, there's probably going to be another boss fight. Open the chests, because they seem to be pretty good in here. Don't you dare petrify him. Game didn't listen to me.
Well, he's your guest, so it's fine, right?
He's a slightly more important guest. You're right, based on the information you've been provided previously. Oh, I do have a gold needle. Okay, good. Cool. Thanks, folks. I'll let you guys know what's coming up here.